Apa itu nama? Checking in on the final table of the Metro Weekend Special, yet another 400K guaranteed weekend tournament. At its conclusion, this is Coach Ron covering the final table, coming to you live from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. We had 312 entries, and these are the final 9, trying to lock up close to 100,000 in first place money. Join you in the middle of the action. Blinds are 8, 16, and Ivan is chosen from the cutoff. Goes straight all in. That is Ivan Collado from seat 5 with just a little bit over 10 bigs, and that is the move to make. Gotta get through everyone but the big blind so far. George Christopher Cruz likely going to fold this one and give Ivan the first pot of our live final table stream. Well, he's got a micro stack, 70,000, so he might be thinking about making the call, but he does not. He's going to fold, not going to put his tournament life on the line, although some might argue that it's a spot to just go with it. George does not go with it. We are playing BB ante, so if he gets through the small blind, he can be dealt for free for the next few hands. We're coming in this final table, Mark Angelo Vergara in seat 3. And Junie Pamplona in seat 6, more known in the circuit as Rolly Rules. Those two players are the chip leaders with almost similar stacks, 1,080,000 coming into the final table. Study button moves, and we proceed with the next hand under the gun. We got Will, that's William Barona, or Will Webbs to some. So from under the gun, folded around. Seat 4, we have Roland de la Serna. Look at that 6-7 offsuit, not much. And puts those cards where they belong in the muck. Ivan in the hijack. Could be right for another move. Why not? Well, the reason why not is there's a micro stack in the small blind who might see fit to go. Let's see what Tom Lim, Greg Lim. And now it's George. Micro stack in the small blind, ace-4 suited, folded to you. What more do you want? This hand plays itself. 4 bigs. No action to him. 1 man, 1 move. And that move is all in. And Joseph has got 4-3 offsuit. Joseph Ferreira. 54K to call, but with a hand this weak, it is not his duty to call. Although the pot's giving him 2-1, this hand is horrible. And George will get away and chip up to 102,000. Still the smallest stack at the table, right around where he began the final table. See the situation there. A couple of players with over $1 million. And if your screen is big enough, you'll see the tournament clock on the upper left of your screen. 25 minutes to go in level 23. Our blinds are 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 BB ante. Best hand and hold 'em to put in the muck. That is Marlon Laksamana in C2. Sitting on close to 900,000. And Mark's got a hand here. Mark is one of the 2 chip leaders. This is Mark Vergara. Got ace queen offsuit in the +1. And he's going to make it 33,000. Just a click and a chip above the minimum raise.
4, 5, fold. 6, fold. 8, fold.
Going to jump into the Facebook stream to monitor some of your comments, but we're also streaming on YouTube. And for those watching on YouTube, you have the benefit of instant replay at your fingertips. Meanwhile, the raise is 33,000 to George in the dealer button with a pretty hand. Jack-10 of diamonds. Pretty bad to call a raise with in this final table situation. But Will can defend his big blind with a suited ace, and he will. After the flop we go with dominating the ace, defending from the big blind up 2, 4, 9. Couple of spades in the mix. Nobody has hit. Let's see if there's a continuation in the arsenal for Mark, who's been checked to. Nope, they're going to peel it off. 3rd spade on the board, 2, 4, 9, 10. Mark has the queen of spades. Will has only hearts. And nobody has connected yet. Will's going to check. I don't imagine he's checking to call any bet with this hand now. Meanwhile, Mark has increased equity and improves to a queen high flush, a 1-card spade flush on the river for Mark. Will is going to check. Mark might try to get some value and get nothing in return. I know he lost chips, but it's a good result for Will, who would have lost way more if he had hit his ace. As it sits here now. Wow, hero call. Interesting choice there. Will looking up Mark, calling 20K on the river with ace high, with 4 spades on the board. I think it was more a call for information than an actual hero call to win the pot. So that information cost him 20K chips to see that Mark had played that hand very straightforward. Hope he puts that information to good use as we go deeper into this final table action. You're watching the weekend special 400k final day, final table, live from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. Hope you can hear the table audio as I can and get an insight into what occupies these players' minds.
Fold. Four fold. Five fold.
Folded to Juni Pamplona, sitting on a million
Fold.
chips, and to our short stack with the worst hand possible,
Nine fold.
and that's going into the muck. Thank goodness we're playing BB Ante. He didn't have to pay to get dealt 7 deuce there. Meanwhile, we are blind versus blind. Will is going to call 8,000. Just completing this, trying to squeak into the flop. And Marlon's going to get a free look
Heads up.
with his Jack 4 offsuit. Well, 4-8 queen. Bottom pair for both gentlemen. Will test the waters. Puts out a bet when Marlon will oblige with a call. Both of them have paired the bottom, which is the 4. Will has the superior kicker, the ace. King peels off on the turn, hits neither of them. And we'll see how many barrels Will can go. Nope, it goes check, check on the turn. The river is a 5. And Will with a little bit of stop and go. It's go again on the river. More pot control than an actual value bet. He bet 16,000. Can't imagine what he thinks will call him here, but Marlon can actually call. He's beating ace high hands,
19.
but looks like he's got a better idea. A superior idea. Why hero call when you can hero raise? And Marlon does that, turns his made hand into a bluff because he has to. His made hand isn't good enough for a showdown, and he picks up that Will is betting here to block. Then Marlon has made a superior read there. Stellar play from Marlon Laksamana. That's how you use position, guys. I mean, if you have a chip lead and superior position, you gotta use it. Otherwise, you're basically wasting ammunition. You got guns, shoot 'em. We start this round with Roland under the gun, pocket fours. Old schoolers call them the sailboats.
Four,
It's
five.
not easy to play those from under the gun, so Roland opts out. And we are folded to Greg, who has folded his ace, nothing hand. George in the hijack with king queen off. This is good to go, I'm thinking. George is the shortest stack at the table. Got about 7 big blinds. And it's folded to him. He's got a raising hand.
Nine goes away.
All in, it's the move. I'm sure everyone in the chat will concur that is the move to make. Folded to the big blind. I know Marlon's folding this 9-6, so let's see
Two fold.
what Mark has got to defend with here. King 6 suited. He might defend here. He's one of the chip leaders at the table. Odds aren't great.
102. 102.
All right, Mark gets out of the way. Price is a little too steep. He's gonna get him later. And he gives him that big blind. Success once again for George, who's going to chip up here.
Fold. Notice lang ulit.
Mark and Junie tied up in pole position here, while Greg and George at the back of the pack, just biding their time, trying to make a move at the right time. We got Ivan under the gun from seat 5, ace queen offsuit. Stack is well below average. Over 10 bigs, but it's well below average, so he must make something out of this hand.
5.
All in is a play from under the gun, does not want to get outplayed. And you can't outplay a guy who's already all in. The most you can do is call him. And who could be willing to call?
9. 10. Fold. 1 fold.
Well, it's getting through most of the pack.
2 fold.
Just down to the blinds now, and Mark has his silly little hand that belongs to the buck, and Roland has an even worse hand to defend with, and it's gonna go Ivan's way. A little bit of a chip up, but those chips are going right back into the middle because Ivan will be the big blind paying a BB ante in this very next hand. You gotta hate winning under the gun when all you win are blinds and antes. So all you bought yourself is time. This time Junie's under the gun with 7-5 of diamonds. Have not seen his play as of yet, as he is biding his time, getting dealt very marginal hands, but trust me, Junie's got the whole bag when he needs it. Greg, the second shortest stack at the table, 9s. And he has chosen to limp in with pocket 9s, going to try to grab some chips. If somebody squeezes, he might move over the top of them. He has limped in from under the gun +1. And I know Marlon has an interesting hand, but has to consider what Greg limped in with. If he raises, he has to be prepared for Greg to move over the top of him. It's quite peculiar for a short stack to limp in from early position. Puts Marlon in a tricky spot. He decides he's going to limp along. This is a great squeeze opportunity for Roland normally. A couple of limpers to him. He's in a small blind, decent hand. He needs to make a move because he's got a below average stack. But that move will be limp along. And Ivan has the ace here. Oh, I'm telling you, it's so tempting. But at the same time, he can just wrap the table and see the flop for free. Temptation wins him over. He is all in. He has squeezed the limpers for maximum pressure. And of course, Greg is all in right behind him. And these are the instincts that Marlon and Roland had, which is why they just decided to flat call with their king-queen offsuit. Something was fishy about that early position limp. And now the trap is sprung. I don't think Roland's going to come along for this ride. It's too bumpy. So we're going to see, in all likelihood, it's going to be Ivan with ace-4 of diamonds, who covers Greg all in for his tournament life with pocket 9s. Roland, that's 215K to call. You can't seriously be considering this. He covers both of them, but this hand is not powerhouse. Right now, it belongs to the outhouse, and that's where it goes in the muck. So, finally, here we go.
All in the calls.
Final table first, major confrontation. Greg Allen for his tournament life with pocket nines.
All right, we have the first
Gonna
all-in
try to
action here at
hold.
our final table between Ivan and Greg. Ivan pushes all in with ace-4 of diamonds, while Greg is all in with pocket nines for his tournament life.
That's
Greg
right.
is still ahead and needs to stay ahead up to the river to stay in this tournament. Dealer, let's see the flop.
Well said by the tournament director. Let the flop roll up.
Flop is
Filthy, filthy flop.
nine of diamonds.
Middle set for
Half of
Greg, but the
diamonds.
nut flush draw for Ivan. It's never easy.
But Ivan is on a not flush draw. With two more cards to go. Let's see the third card here.
If there's any diamond they want to see, it's the two of diamonds.
Is
Four
four of clubs.
does
Two
not
for
help Ivan.
Greg is still ahead with one more card to go.
You see a lot of
River card.
diamonds have been folded. Only 5 diamonds left in that deck. That can help. That is not one of them, and Greg will double up. I'm sure the other 8 players are disappointed. There's nothing they would have loved to see more than to watch someone bust out of this final table, but that is not now. Maybe later. Still 9 players left out of the 312 that entered this Metro Weekend Special. Answer a question on the Facebook chat. Kailangan ba member ka ng MetroCard Club bago makasali sa event? The answer, no sir. You can walk into the MetroCard Club on the Metro Complex in Pasig City. Just walk in, fork over the buy-in, start playing. Of course, they will invite you to be a member so you can enjoy some of the perks, but it's not, you don't have to do it. But why wouldn't you do it? So anybody can join, just show up, be of legal age. I guess that's the requirement. You got, I think, 21 and over. So Jonathan Meneses, hope to see you at the MetroCard Club soon. That hand would have played itself the same way even if they saw the flop. I guess relief up to 386K now. It's sitting on ace-9 offsuit. We'll take a break from under the gun. George, the short stack blinds are impending for him, but this hand is awful.
Nine fold.
Now this hand is not awful. It's actually pretty good, and Joseph's gonna raise with ace king of clubs from middle position. Makes it 35,000.
Fold. Three fold.
Rolling with an awful offsuit ace. That is out of there.
4-5 fold.
And the blinds will likely be folding to this action.
6 fold.
And that is a 40K gain for Joseph. Taking down the small blind, the big blind, and the big blind ante. Ivan, the man to watch right now, down to 54,000. We double check that. Yes, after taking that big hit,
Talaga?
he tried to bust out Greg, but instead paid full price, doubled him up. So he is the low man on the totem pole. George is under the gun. One of the other shortest stack at the table.
9
He'd
fold.
rather take a big blind in the next hand than take a risk here. Joseph's got ace queen.
10 raise to 35.
About an average stack for him.
One fold.
Makes it 35,000.
Two fold.
All about what Ivan has right now.
Three fold.
I believe blue chips. Blue chips are 1,000. White chips are 5,000. Gray chips are 10,000. So most of
Four five fold.
Ivan's stack is blue chips. Looks like this will get all the way through, unless Greg wakes up with a monster. That's a mini monster. Greg likes it enough to call and see if he can spike a deuce on the table. Dealer, drop a deuce on the table for Greg, please. Flop comes 799. It's the worst outcome. Paired boards are nightmare for pocket twos.
Smiling kid.
As it comes closer to counterfeiting it, it goes check, check. The Ducks are still ahead. But on the turn, that queen makes for a bigger pair in the hands of Joseph, who now has top pair, top kicker. This is a lot of heat for the pocket twos. He wanted to spike a set, didn't happen. Let's see if it's end of the line for Greg. 3 diamonds on the board as well. So, no set, no go. And Joseph takes out a nice spot.
Smiling kid pa din eh.
You always feel optimistic when you're in the big blind with a small pair.
Malapit talaga to eh.
So willing to defend with it, and in your mind, you always imagine that the set is going to happen on the flop, but that doesn't happen. How often does that happen? 16% of the time? 12% of the time. See the action in background. That's his side event. So every final day, you can expect a side event, like a mini main event happening. So even if you bust out on Friday or Saturday, come back Sunday, play this last side event, and see those guys in the background, or play the cash games. Well, the second shortest stack, is in the big blind, so this will be an interesting hand. Pretty sure he's not going to get a walk now that Marlon has ace, 4 of hearts. He opens from middle,
Two. Raise to 32.
32,000. That is the min raise. Roland doesn't have to play this hand. He just needs to look to the left to try to anticipate
Four five
what
fold.
Ivan, the short stack, is going to do. It goes fold, fold. So we'll see. The second shortest stack is in the big blind. Let's see if he can defend against his race as he looks at his hand. Greg is called from the small blind with 5-4 off. George has an invitation to squeeze here. If he shoves over the top here, it just might work. But if he doesn't like that, he can call 16K. He's got 6-1 odds on his money here to try to spike something spectacular with Jack 5 of clubs. I think it's too good an offer. He's going to take it. Greg sweetened the pot there by coming along with 4-5 off. Let's see how this plays out now. Both blinds have defended against Marlon's raise. Flop has an ace. Ace 7-8 rainbow. Nothing for George, but a gut shot for Greg. The inferior end of the gut shot, and this is typical. And pay attention if you don't know it yet. This is called a flop donk bet. And most players make a flop donk bet because they are blocking. So players that hit the 7, hit the 8, even players that hit a weak ace, but mostly players with draws make this bet, and this is the bet Greg has made. He has donk betted into Marlon, who has, he's at least gonna call.
Two raised to
But if you
80.
place a flop donk bet, this is the better response, and Marlon makes it, raises it to 80,000. There's a guy who recognizes what's going on. Marlon Laksamana puts the pressure on Greg. No, sir, you are blocking. You will not draw for cheap. Call an extra 48. And with that, Marlon maintains initiative, still ahead in this hand. The turn brings a 10 that does complete some draws, but Greg has checked. I think Marlon will be wise to fire a small bet here. He's decided a big bet is the way to go, and he's going to shut the door completely, and Greg is out of the hand. Nicely played by Marlon there. I like the decision to raise instead of getting duped into flat calling on that flop. That's what donk bettors are actually trying to do. They're trying to trick you into flat calling. You can get to see a turn and you lose your initiative, so Marlon did not fall for it, and he reaps the benefit of his aggressive play. Pick up any old poker book. They will tell you aggressive poker is winning poker. And take it from me, a mantra I make students repeat is, if I'm calling, I'm probably losing. True almost most of the time.
One fold.
All right, Will's under the gun. Folds the suited ace, but Marlon will not fold this. It's an unsuited ace because it is two of them. Pocket aces for Marlon in the UTG plus one. He just won a pot. He's going to come firing out in this one.
Two raised to 35.
35,000, trying to make it look like a standard raise with a standard hand, except he's in early position. So he's close to the top of his range here.
4-5 fold.
Pretty strong for a player in a full table, 9-handed, to raise from early position. Now all Marlon can hope for is for somebody to wake up with something. Greg's shown a proclivity to call. Boy, this is as low as you can get for Greg.
8 call.
2-3 offsuit. Can't get lower cards than this, and he calls anyway. We've got ourselves a gambler on the table. Let's see if this gamble pays off. Maybe not a gambler, more of a speculator. Major speculation here. Greg might be just investing house and lot into every new cryptocurrency that comes out, because he has invested in 3-2. He's hit the deuce, blocking again. This time it's a huge bet. 100,000. Music to Marlon's ears. How does he respond? By clicking it back immediately. 200,000. Wow, hell of a pro bet. And now Greg is all in to call because he bet more than half his chips. He's going to have to hang his hat, put up a fight with a pair of twos in a race spot. He's facing aces. And Greg is all in for his tournament life. Paired to two, but up against pocket aces. You can see it on your screen now. Triangle's on the wrong side. Put the triangle on 3-2. At player at risk.
While Greg snaps with 3-2 offsuit.
Hey, there's 4 outs. We've seen worse beats.
King of spades and 2 of clubs. Marlon is ahead with his pocket aces. And Greg needs to hit a 3 or a 2 on the turn. Stay in this tournament. This is the third card.
Boom! Oh my God, Greg has done it.
Greg now.
He has convinced the dealer to turn a 2, and now he has tripped 2s. He's about to crack pocket aces. The speculator looking like a genius now. As the river gives him a full house, he will double up in a big way, cracking the pocket aces of Marlon Laksamana. Greg with the boldest of plays. flat calling with 3 deuce offsuit, hitting the 2 and going for his life with it. Greg, you crazy, man.
Eight na lang one time ko. Nagamit ko na yung dalawa eh.
Well, Greg says he started the tourney with 10 one times. He's used 2 of them. Definitely used the one time there. Bang, bang. 2-2.
Dalawang open mo, mag-jam ako. Straight ako, tsaka pull lang.
I'd call that shameless speculation pays off for Greg. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can scroll that action back and watch it again.
Umuling ka naman, alam mo may talo ka eh.
Lahat pinold mo na lang sa ano, pag race ni boss. Pinold mo na kagad sa
Kita ako H-Queen, fold na lang ako.
Behind.
Fold pa naman ako H-Queen dito.
Yes, behind, no, boss.
Marlon gonna have to take a break here. Took a bit of a hit.
Ganda nga, dos na space pa.
He was up to 1 million, down to 800. Such is poker tournament life. Roland hasn't played a hand yet. He's well below the average stack. He's choosing to play this one from middle position. It's ace raise to 35,000 with ace 9 offsuit. Well, Greg actually folds a hand. Shocker. 3 deuce is worth playing, but 3-7 is not. George has 2 5s on the dealer button. Tournament life on the line, maybe. He's facing a raise. It's fun to take down that dead money. I hate to see a call here. It's shove or fold for George, and he knows it.
Musang ito. Hindi pusa.
Looks like it's a fold. George is gonna have to find another spot. Would rather be the attacker than the defender. All folded all the way to the blinds. Roland takes it down. The blinds are up, by the way, to 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 BB ante. We got 30 minutes on the clock for each blind level. You're watching the Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed final day, final table. Shout out to some of our new viewers. John King, Batang Metro champion in the house. And my fellow gentleman farmer. He is from Laguna. I'm in Quezon, and we like poker and farming. Shout out to you, John King, and also to Jaja Leoncio. Everyone else who joined the chat. Jeff Franco.
1-5 na yun ah.
And here's where we stand. 2 chip leaders with $1 million.
Naman.
Tanking master.
The midfield is basically less than average stack. A couple of guys are really short. You're looking at one of them. Well, not Roland. The next gentleman to act with a handful of 1K chips. Ivan picks up pocket sevens. That's the time to go. Pick up that shoe polish. It's time to shine. Sevens. It's just a 50K race. That's everything he's got. Nope, he left 4K behind. A little bit of cab fare. Well, this is the spot for George. He waited when he had 5s. Now he has ace-king offsuit, facing a raise. No more waiting, sir. It's going to be Ivan versus George. I will bet my jacket on it. If George folds, I quit poker. And so should everyone else at this table. All right, George is all in, and they are going to be isolated. The 2 shortest stacks at the table will collide. Ooh, Marlon with ace queen. He might want to come along. 66,000 for a chance to bust 2 players. He is going to do it.
Manalangin tayo.
Now we got ourselves a side pot situation. Ivan will be the main pot with three triple okay,
Oy!
while the extra 32 will be the side pot and George will try to upend Marlon and scoop the whole thing. But if Marlon hits the queen, he will bust two players.
Kailangan manalo ko para pay jump.
Alright,
Matutubo lang
three-way
ako.
all in action.
Jetty Queen.
As the cards fly,
Jetty Queen.
main pot is favored to go to Ivan, side pot to George, no player busting. But let's see, the cards might have other ideas.
Ace king offsuit.
Boto ang basitan. Boto ang basitas.
While Ivan
Mag-queen naman, Ralo.
needs to stay ahead. Stay this
There we go, the pocket sevens belonging to Ivan. His tournament life on the line. Triangles on the wrong hand.
Five of hearts. Two of
It's clean so far. Good for Ivan and George. They get to stay in the tourney and the board stays unconnected.
Byron still ahead with his 37. With two more cards to go.
King of Hearts.
No, you do not want to see a heart. Another 9 is clean. The 7's looking good. Ace King also looking good against Ace Queen for the side spot. Will there be a bust out? No.
Panagdos, chop-chop kayo.
And all the shorties double up. Marlon is the donor. Thank goodness for George that Marlon called. Because he gets 32,000 back from the side pot. George is now the short stack with 64,000. Ivan a bit out of the woods with 109, under 10 big blinds still. And Will Webb's Verona now the second lowest stack on the table.
Hindi pa nagdos yung river. Alam 20.
Para walang binayaran ka na.
Ganun din babayaran.
Cold weather down here, but really hot on the table. A lot of action there. Just watch a three-way dub fest.
Membro ka pala ng
We
lending.
two short stacks and a middle stack trying to bust both of them in one go. Did not work out for him. So we still have 9 players left.
Buti na lang, yung may 7.
Short stack survive.
Triple cover.
So Ivan Colado still in the game.
54. Nag-trade
George
nga lang ako
Cruz
50,
still in the game.
pagtakas pa sana 4,000. Wala ko ron eh, no? Again?
20 pa lang.
Again? Ulit.
C5.
Parang sige, hindi lang tumambay na muna.
Wala pa ako race dito, boss. Puro uli na. Nasarap pala si Ivan. Puro uli ng balat.
C8 po.
Pas pala ng pira na to. Wala para spray na.
Hindi, wala na. Ano na eh, first stock eh. Kanina puro uli na. Ngayon puro uli na lang.
C9 po.
Better than the other side.
So Ivan is still all in. This time with an Ace King offsuit. Why not?
Chop tayo.
Adds another 50k to his stack. Oh, we see George back on the respirator where he has been living.
Queen.
Trying to get that pulse rate going. Thought he had something going with Ace King, but he just barely broke even. I think lost 20k in that hand, but at least he's still in the tourney.
Wala na pang sibit. Putang ina, pag-open.
Sabi ni Ka William, Queen. Queen na lang ma-out. Queen jump.
Pera ba yun?
20.
All right, under the gun. Ivan might as well shove again. What do you guys think? He is not this time. He's just going to make it 30. Can't make it 35. The blinds are up. He makes it 40,000. And Greg, he calls with 3-2 offsuit. This has got to be looking like gold to him. He calls with 6-8 of hearts. Dangerous man. The shameless speculator in seat 7. You missed it. He cracked aces earlier with 3-2 offsuit. Ivan might regret not shoving this in pre-flop as he's got a caller and is out of position. Roland, he might come along here. 6-7 of spades. He hasn't played a hand at this final table yet. This is very tempting, but he is not prone to be tempted. Roland folds out of the hand. After the flop, we go heads up. Ivan versus Greg. Greg in position, but Ivan is the raiser with the better hand.
C5 check.
Checks the flop. We don't see the flop. Saw a paint card on it. It's 9 deuce queen. Nothing for anybody. I hope Ivan is checking to call because if he gets a float bet, if Greg puts a float bet out there like he just did, he just bet 40,000.
40.
There will be pressure on Ivan to continue. He was better off c-betting 30,000 than check calling 40 in my opinion.
C5.
So now he has to fold. Greg takes that down. Brilliant decision.
Ito maingay ko rin.
And that's the situation as we stand. Enjoy the table chatter as I will have to step away for a bit. You are watching the Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed final day, final table. Still 9 players left. And I hope you can entertain each other in the chat. I will be stepping away for 10 minutes.
Luma na. Seat 6 4. Seat 8 4. Seat 9 4. Seat 10 4. Seat 1 4. Seat 2 4. Seat 3 1 8. Seat 4 4.
Napila yung isa eh.
Seat 5 4.
Hindi pa ako. Hindi pa ako. Suited. King unang punta ko. King 7 ko lang.
Seat 8 4. 9 fold. Seat 10 fold.
Ako, 0 is not.
Seat 1 call.
Players from table 4, please head back to your seat.
Twenty 85. Seat 2 raised to 85. Seat 3 fold. Oh, 85. Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 6 fold. Seat 8 call.
Opo.
1 fold.
Hindi pa ako na-out eh, no?
Heads up. Ah, wait lang. 3 of clubs. Seat 1, best 2. Oo,
Magkano?
58. 58. Oo. Seat 8 call.
Line check.
Seat 8 blind check. Oo. Seat 3 check. Seat 2 check. Seat 8 check. Seat 2 bet to 130. Seat 8 call.
Press.
3.
Keep passing.
Ah, 16 nga.
Legit ka na? Ha? Legit yan, boss, ha?
Ano yun?
Press lang. Bottom pair. Ganun.
Pag-jam ako eh. Case 9 diamond.
Ay, kung inog ko sa'yo, ano ba rin?
Ano ka? Ano ka? Ako nanalo rin. 10 ako. 8-10 ako. Case 9 ako. Pag-jam ako eh. Wala. Kung flat call ka lang, saka jam ako. 3 ano to?
Blind check. 20.
Related sa akin, talo pa rin ako eh. Kaya mo yung 3-7-2. 7-3-2. Third time. Second game.
Ay, kulang pa.
Opo, yung blind.
Aray ko, bes.
Followed by players from the 25 table. Red, RGAI, Ronald, Ian, and
Seat
JJ.
8. Ay, seat 9. All in. Oo. Seat 1. Cool. Wala yung seat. Cold siya. Seat 2. Cool.
Medyo, magkano daw sa kilo?
64.
Medyo. Pinasalan muna bago
Seat 4.
umulin.
Cool. Seat 5. Cool.
Big guys, mamasapan.
Seat 6. Cool.
64 total, no?
Opo. Seat 8. Call.
Inihan din, yan.
Like,
Two first, straight.
Sabi,
Jack.
Straight ka, two first. Two first siya, straight.
sige.
And we have pre-flop all in action here at our final table. With George pushing all in under the gun for his tournament
Kung umulin
line
ako, call ka,
with
boss.
King 10
Umulin ako, call
offsuit,
natin.
called by Greg
Tunay na ko eh.
on the big line with Queen 9 offsuit. George is ahead with his King 10. Needs to stay in the lead. Stay in this tournament. In the flop here.
Laban na, Jack 9.
9.
Patay ang aso. Yan ang
Flop
sinasabi ko.
is Jack of Diamonds, King of Hearts, 10 of Hearts. George hits his
Two first,
10,
tsaka straight. Ang magkalaban.
8
while
queen,
Greg is on an open-ended
8
straight
king,
draw.
queen,
5.
4
Two
king,
more cards to
then
go.
11 outer.
Punto na lang.
Okay, turn.
5.
Third card is Ace of Hearts.
Labas mo na yung queen.
Pwede
Tsaka
na
heart.
king.
With a turn, Greg's
5.
chances slim.
5.
And George is now ahead for a goal and see the river card.
Aray!
River card is 7 of diamonds. George wins the fun and doubles them.
Ha? Ano yan? Okay na?
Ano ka? Ay, iyak ko eh. Lamok ko eh. Sinong next? Jordan.
44. Anong gagawin ko?
Ang sakit. Yan!
Di ba nag-request ka? Kasalanan.
Ako nag-request eh.
Yung ng 3-6. Kasalanan.
Hindi ko nga nakita eh.
Kamu, re-request ka tapos alis ka.
2, 6, 3, 6. Number ko yun ah. Pang-post flop ka, boss. Pang-post flop ka.
Ganda ng flop eh, no? Open end. Paasa.
Hindi ka pang uli.
Ganda ng heart. Open dead end.
Open dead end.
Seat 10.
Ganda ng ano.
Seat 2. Cool.
Hindi ko ramdam na
Seat 3.
mananalo.
Cool.
Talaga.
That was a simple talagang duty call na.
Alam mo, higit na lang.
Protect the big blind.
Basta lang kukulin mo dun. Kasi may 40 ka na.
Gusto ko pa pasuruin.
Seat 5. Cool.
Tama ba?
Seat 6. Raise to 45. Oo.
tatama ako, nag-iisip ako.
Seat 8 po. Seat 9 po.
Oh, bawas out ko.
Thirty lang. 30 lang. Okay, sige.
May nagalaw?
Hindi ba ikaw? Push na.
Ako, blinds up.
Ha? Hindi.
Ano yan? Nakatigil yung oras yan?
30 lang. Meron pa ginagawa.
Break daw, break.
10 minutes break muna tayo. Technical na lang tayo.
Technical business.
Buhay yung table dito.
So, ikaw na ba to?
Oh.
I-break tayo.
Ano gawin?
I-break.
Si Price?
Teka, tayo. I-break ba to o buo na?
Ano? Si Price?
Hindi, ayun na. Bubuin ko.
Buhin lang.
To 30.
Sige, try mo na. Price na natin.
Oo nga. Hindi, bubuin ko na.
Ah,
Ito. 10,000.
magka-10 din.
Ano na yun? 15.
Tama na yun? Siguro ako pambili 10. Ito yung dalawa.
5.
15. 5 na yan? 15 ito, tatlo. 15. 15 na yun.
Yung 5.
15. 1. 15.
Break 5 minutes ba?
5 minutes. Asa yung, ano?
Ah. Hello, boss. Ikaw mo daw yan. Sige, sisend na lang daw, boss.
Dalawa.
Balik ko muna to. Chip counter yun. Ano yung wala dito, boss? Number 8?
8. Ah, 7.
Ito po, ito wala.
Yan, yan, yan.
Okay.
1, 2, 280.
engage ka sa hand dito sa seat ko. Huwag sana tatama dito. Kasi kanina nababasa eh. Yung hand ko.
Dito lang.
Pag ano.
Sige.
Tama.
Copy. Ito wala to. Okay. Yan. To 120. So 595. 555. O call back na. To all players, Boss Jeremy, let's head back to your seat, sir. Boss Jeremy yan. Ayan o, ayan o.
Weekend special of final table tournament players, please get back to your seats. We will be resuming level 24 with 10,000, 20,000, and 20,000.
Phone, please.
Gusto ko yung hindi nila ako malalagay ng kahit anong ano. Di ba?
Button set 8. Line stand 20.
Mali yung bilang ng chips.
Hindi, inayos na nga ni Chip Race. Nag-color up. Niround off po.
Bakit ito bukasan ako ng 500,000? 3 million na to ah. Ano nangyari?
Back guys, come back.
Para. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1-1 na yun ano?
Once again, final table tournament players, please get back to your seats.
1.1, 1 million. Kulang-kulang 9. Kulang-kulang. Ito 1 million. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, more or less.
Same na.
Wala yun. Oh, yun. Tapos siya, tapos ako.
125. 155.
Marlon nila po natin.
Wala yun. 90,000 in chips nung package 7.
500 na. Kasi mas minsan mas okay kung minsan yung ganit.
Walang pressure. Isang package.
Bigat naman.
Malapit na yan ah.
Puro akong jump for to. Tinignan mo.
2-3 was black. 6-3 was green.
Nasa position kasi niya eh. Saka
Nakaintindihan si Dave, di ba?
Marlon?
suited ako, shorts ako. Wala daw. 10 yung suited.
Okay. Ayos na boss. Boss Jeremy, okay na? Bossing, okay na si Jeremy. Kanya rin tayo.
Walang panalo eh.
Ito. Lang.
May panalo.
Mark. Okay, okay na boss. Clock.
Players,
Okay, clock.
Kala ko sisimula, wala kami.
Tama ba yun, boss?
Order sila.
Dapat libre inumin pagkain sa final table.
Good. First off.
Bali wala sa iyo. Sino mga nire-request mo?
Fold,
Order
sit
ka
to
ba?
1, sit to fold, sit 3 fold.
Bigla akong order po. Sa kamilan. Bigla akong order po. Malapit
four,
mo na akong
fold.
patay po.
Good.
O, diba? Ay, mo dami yung stock mo. Mapatay mo na ako.
Over ka rin, boss yun. Mag-iingat ka na.
Sit 5 fold.
Boss, buy blue.
6 fold.
Kaya ako.
Buy term.
Tingapin.
8 fold.
Advisor.
All in? 9 all in.
120. 120 daw.
120 all in. Tenfold.
Sayang. Hindi nakasali yung inko.
Lalangin.
Blinds up 10-25.
Langin tayo.
10-25 lines.
Panalangin tayo.
First one. Two-fold. Three-fold. Four-fold. Five-fold.
Silog.
Six-fold.
May brown ka?
Wala na.
Eight call.
Brown sugar.
Akala ko naman, nakikita lang kayo. Akala ko nakikita na sa camera. Pala kailangan sabihin mo. Tutubol mo na may pool. Ganyan, sasabihin mo tapos. Pero kita na.
Call. Call. 9 call. Ten call. One check. 4 players.
Diba maganda? 663.
Love.
Ulam.
Oo, diba? Dali kong kausap, diba?
First up. 10 check. 1 check.
100.
Bet 8.
100.
Nine fold. 10 fold. 1 fold.
Success.
Is 3. Kaulaan ko magkano mo?
Nines.
Yak 3 yan.
Naniniwala na sila ba? Oo naman.
Ibang klase, he.
Hindi ka pa tapos mag-in.
Sakali tuluyan na tayo. Patay tayo nito.
First up. fold. Four fold, five fold. Six fold. Eight call. Nine fold. 10 fold. Sit one all in. 75.
Black.
75 all in.
Good luck. Sabi ng madla.
Sit two call. 8 call.
Eh?
Ang hirap bilangin.
Nakaling ako dun ah.
Okay. 3 players, 1 all in. Marlon, first off. Sit two, check. Check us. 8 check. Turn. First off. Bet 90.
Dapat
9-0.
5,000 lang.
8 fold, show cards.
Laplak eh, baka ma-river.
Gigi.
GG. Mamaya may chip sa diamond siya, no?
Okay na.
All in action with Marlon, between Marlon and William. On the turn, Marlon shows his flush
Ano may isang loss eh?
and William shows his king hand. One more card to go to the river.
William has to feel there's
River, three of diamonds. William exits at that place.
Ang ko ginaya ka.
Down to 8 players.
9 space.
Okay?
Red bottom.
Ano ka, boss?
Ha? Eh di wala. Alam mo ba't nag-bet ako? Para tumulak siya. Para magkapat.
Magaling, magaling.
Para
Naka
magbawasan.
1.5 ako doon.
First off.
Diba? Nakapumold lang sa'yo eh.
Four fold. Race lang, hindi pa ulin. Okay, race, 150.
Kasya ba yung pan-taxi?
Ilang barya, boss? Mabarya mo.
Ito mamaya. I-color doon.
$300. Re-raise 300.
Siguro nito pag kumulak.
8 fold. Nine fold. 10 fold. One fold. Two fold, sorry. 3 fold.
Eh,
155. All in ang show.
Tawag ako. Tawag ako. Lamang ako.
155 all in total. Show po.
Release ako eh. Kaya nga. Lamang ako sa 7
naman.
Kaya nagtira ako eh. 7 ang good boss. Wala na, 6 baby na lang ako.
Ay, ba?
Alright, we have another flip-flop all-in action here in our final table between Johnny and Ivan. Ivan pushes all in with pocket sevens for his tournament life. Getting a call from Judy with ace-king offsuit. Let's see the block.
Pala yan.
Block is 4 of clubs, jack of spades, and 5 of clubs. No help for Judy. Ivan still in the lead with 2 more cards to go. Let's see the third card. Third card is 5 of diamonds. Ivan is still ahead with 1 more card. The river. River is 3 of clubs. Ivan wins.
Nararamdaman ko to, iba to.
Swerte ka 7 ah.
Magkakrap sa tao mamaya.
Swerte ka 7.
Kanina umaga, puro 7 eh.
Hindi ko mal ka. Outside siya.
Nines.
Call lang ako, call ka lang.
Oo. Straight ako. Sabi na kanina, sick. Bumubal ako.
Nararamdaman ko yung mga ganitong
I felt it.
online.
Pwede ba?
Oo.
Oo, call siya.
Call na ako na. Iniintay ko na lang siya eh.
Mamaya ka na kumulbus. Dapat na lang
Wait
tayo.
lang naman ako dun eh.
Isto ka, 6-7.
6-2.
Grabe naman.
First off. Five fold. Raise 60. 8 fold. Tension.
Basta may time bank ka ba automatic siya?
Automatic basta maubos yung oras. Set 9 all in. One, 3, 5. All in. All in. Set 10 all in din, boss.
Lupit tama na marama. Sana maganda yan. Kung may ma-out, please, ito na lang tayo.
All in. All in din, si 2. Opo.
Maganda ba? I love this.
3 fold.
Race, all in, all in. Race, all in, all in.
4 fold.
Hold, hold.
Fold.
Easy fold, barok-barok.
Yes, sir. Ano kaya?
Easy fold. Yan,
Ace King, asawa ko rito.
barok-barok ka. Yan, yan.
Show.
Ay, gusto ko na yung asawa ko.
Kuling ko na silang dalawa eh. Lon, kukuling ko na silang dalawa eh.
All in action here at the final table between Marlon, George, and Joseph.
Pinaka-lowest stock. Sit na 9. Opo, ito may
All
6.
in for his tournament time with pocket 6. While Joseph holds his pocket 10. And Marlon is in the lead with his pocket aces.
Max win, Max win. Max win.
Marlon leads the chips. While George
Lalabas niya, puro diamond.
is in the lead of a 6 to stay in this tournament. Let's see the flop here. Too many outs for George. While Marlon is still ahead. Two more cards to go through. Let's see the third card. Third card is deuce of spades. Marlon is still ahead. Joseph is the 10, the 5. And George is the 5 or a 6 to stay in this tournament. Taylor, let's see the river. River, 7 of hearts. Ayun, wins the 5.
Hindi pa ako packet 7 ulit sa underdog. Max win. Max win. Ayun, nangyari. Minimum 6.
Abawi ang iyan.
Bottom si 3, boss.
Wag lang, Gis.
Sayang, hindi nakasali siya.
Hindi mo siya kumulang sa all-in.
Puro 3 lines, no?
Hindi ito makakatapon.
Hindi ko sure, hindi ko sure.
Okay na lang yung ginawa niya, nakapit ako. Diba?
Pero ano,
Puro 3 lines. Buti walang 6.
banda ron eh. Mid collector, kaso lang.
Hindi na makakasal, nakalit tayo.
Oh, galing mo na, Will.
Tinitignan pa siya, yung parang
Ayaw pa siya.
6 po.
Ayaw mo na hulma mo lahat.
Nahulma mo yun.
Nahulma ko lang.
Buti, hindi nakakita sa'yo yung basit ko.
Lon, Lon.
Pinakit yung original.
Tapon din ako.
Pero
Basta-basta
really,
tapon.
grabe
Madami
naman.
na ba ulit?
Tapon ako.
Oo, dami.
Pwede na i-harvest?
Yun na lahat to.
Oo.
Pwede
Open,
na
ulit,
i-harvest.
ulit, ulit. Tang ina kalokohan yun.
Ay, ace king ka ron.
Ito ikaw, hindi pwede.
Ace king diamond, easy pull.
Suicide ka. Good ka ba? Flash ka?
We are really
Hindi kahit
first
parang
to.
daw ako. Tapon talaga.
Bakit 7 ako? Uli na ulit.
Daming balang iwasan.
Full stone. Full stone. Dapat.
Race 55. See,
All right, race 55. With this much action, you don't even need commentary.
ano ka?
Very lively table here at the final table.
2 fold.
6 players left here at the Metro Weekend Special. Sorry, I had to step away, but the action spoke for itself. We lost 3 players,
Wala na sasama sigurado. Nakajump pa.
and we're down to 6.
55. Si 3 ko.
Tony Pamplona has opened with King Jack off from under the gun. He's down to 765,000.
Balikan kita.
Oh, no problem.
Joke lang, joke lang.
Oh, tandaan mo, meron pa akong 8 one time.
There's a call on the button. Mark is going to flat call this and try to play a flop against Junie in position.
Five call. 3 players.
Well, that's what happens when you flat call. You invite the big blind to come along, and Ivan is coming along with 5-3 of hearts.
First
Look at that. 5 on the flop. Worst hand hits. Middle pin for Ivan. But he's up against 2 players with unknown hands at this point.
3 check.
Okay, it goes check, check, check. Ivan might feel good about his 5. If the board stays low, it is not king, it's Junie. He now has top pair, except nobody has a diamond on this 3 diamond showing on the board. Ivan checks. Don't know if he can check to call anymore. Junie
70.
checks and induces a bet from Mark, who has to bet twice after 2 checks coming to him. Why not? Gonna try to use the board and his position to his advantage. Junie is, of course, he's checking to call. I hope he's checking to call.
5 fold.
He's skipped the bet to keep the pot low. 70K he can afford. I imagine he's gonna try to get the showdown here. Keep carving out a call. 70,000. That is 7 great chips.
Your card.
And we're gonna see a river. It pierced a 10. Now Junie has cause to be worried here. Has to figure out if Mark does Mark ever check a 10 on the flop?
220. Bet 220. 3.
Well, Junie has checked. Mark has bet 220, close to the pot. I like the nice polarizing size. Not so air. Junie still has top pair. Now has to figure 2 things. Does Mark ever check a 10 on the flop? Does Mark ever check a flush draw on the flop in position? And the answer to both questions is almost a lot no. Can't imagine Mark checking top pair on a 3-way flop. So 10 is not really the consideration here. Did he turn a diamond? Did he turn a flush? Would Mark not bet a flush draw on the flop? These are the thoughts Junie has to figure out. If Mark hit a king, they're playing kicker wars.
7 lang.
Love the bet size from Mark. It's gonna work out. Junie did not figure that one out. And great sequence of 2 bets from Mark. Bet turn, bet river. Kinda makes you wonder if there was a better line for Junie there. I like the check call on the turn, but you gotta be ready to check call that river. Because if you're inducing a bluff, you gotta have to be ready to catch it. Otherwise, you're just gonna get bluffed. Always worth considering maybe. What's the line there for Junie? Be so weird if he donk bets the river. So hard to play out of position, that's why. Small bet turn, small bet river, maybe. At that point, he's trying to maneuver to get his top pair to showdown. And you gotta wonder what the best line is. His line was okay, check turn to check call river, except Mark had the balls to bet the big, and that made the plan blow up in Junie's face. Well played by both, but better played by Mark there. That takes that away from Junie. Greg is still around, hanging under the gun. Will not play that one. Neither will Marlon. So we go back to Mark. 6-3 of diamonds in the cutoff. Not going to play it. Roland folded him on the button. See if he likes his proposition. He's sitting on less than 10 bigs now. Queen 6 of spades should be good enough to go. And he is off.
na-shock ako. Yung behind na
And if
nananalo.
Junie will not defend
sobrang
here,
taas ng percentage.
Roland will successfully take those blinds and antes.
Hindi niya ipipi kasi ang tagal kong
See where we stand. Marlon and Mark top of the heap, 1.3 million each.
14 out.
Junie and Greg in the midfield. Roland and Ivan in the back of the pack.
Kung sasabong, no?
Oh, lahat dehado. Alam mo gano'ng imposible yun?
Yan na yung sa roller, no?
Mathematically impossible.
Gotta credit George for still being around. He short stacked the whole way. Sorry, I think we lost George. Talking about Roland, has been sub-average the whole way. Really sitting on that 200,000, just nursing it, nursing it. That's the guy I'm talking about. Roland, 25K to call. What you got? And the answer is not much. Action on Judy. It's got to go blind versus blind now. He's got King 10 of diamonds, which is plenty strong, blind versus blind. Now, Greg's playing a very wide range of hands, so Junie can raise here for value as he stands to get called a lot of times. Greg is going to make that call right there. 60K was the raise. There's the call. We're going to the flop. King 10 versus King 9. Greg is dominated. Junie is the raiser. Flop is Bubkus, nothing for anybody. Queen 6-4. And it's only poker when everyone misses, but people are betting.
Check now.
Junie has initiative, first to act as well. But we don't see the action. We do see the flop. And we see Greg only has 2 outs. One of the 9s has been folded. Junie, no C-bet. Goes check, check. We're going to see a turn for free. 2 sixes on the board. Doesn't change anything. Junie's behind some ace-high hands that Greg might have. But Greg can have so many more weaker hands than this. And it goes check all the way. 9 does not play. It's Queen 6, King 10. And Junie wins with a King high kicker. Saw Greg execute a couple of float bets earlier. Thought he might have done that against Junie. That was a raise spot. So anytime you call a raise spot in position, you want to look for these opportunities to fire what's called a float bet. That's when the pre-flop raiser decides to check, and then you take over the initiative.
Dealer ka mo napalitan. Ayos yung pagkakahubog mo.
Inuwel, hayop. Inuwel. Una, yan barang.
Anip na libo.
Yan basit, di ba?
May kasama pagtingin. Sino kalaban mo ng member?
6 players left. 1 minute to go in this level. Level 25 of the Metro Weekend Special 400K Guaranteed Tournament. This is the final day, final table, final 6 players.
Sabi ko sana meron to eh.
Playing for close to 100,000 in cash prizes, along with some seats to the Philippine Poker Millions, which plays 3rd week of August at the Metro Card Club. Largest prize pool of a local tourney ever, and of course happening at the Metro Card Club. Check out the Philippine Poker Millions. Got to be some posters out there. Mark's race with the ace-high hand from under the gun. Quite a long-range missile. Launching it from under the gun. Hope it gets all the way through. Of course, Greg calls with 8-4 offsuit from the small blind. Why wouldn't he? You look at a poker book and might say this is the worst move in all of poker, but not for Greg. The spectacular speculator is at it again. Gonna see what drops for his 8-4 as he defends his small blind against Mark's ace-7. Here we go. No magic this time. Queen 2-3. Greg is out of position with the worst hand, and he is out chipped. Mark has all the advantages: initiative, chip advantage, card advantage, position advantage.
40.
And for 40K, he's going to try to bite his spot. Opens the door for Greg to check raise. The bet's too small. Greg decides it's an opportunity, sign of weakness. I wonder if Mark's C-bet ranges are balanced. Why does Greg think this 40K bet means it's a weak hand? Well, you're going to have to ask him yourself, but he's read it right. Now, can Mark reread this and make it a steal over steal play? A lot of hands check raise here that are a draw, but you know, end of the day, Mark has nothing. Gonna look for a better spot. Greg, that's how you play garbage. If you're gonna play garbage, have a plan and look for opportunities to take it away without using your hand. So well done by Greg, but don't try this at home. That is a risky move, and it pays off, and it looks great on a live stream when it pays off.
Live pa si Rebo.
Ay, pang-out na.
Speaking of live, you see the tourney tables in the background of the side event dwindling as well as they play down to their final table. Here we're watching the final six, and two of them firmly in the lead, two of them firmly in the middle, and two of them in danger of busting. Here's one of them, Roland, short stack at the table, less than 10 bigs. Horrible hand, he folds it. Ivan, even worse. Hard to imagine there was a worse hand than 7-3, but Ivan has 7-2. They are out of there and now to the midfield players. Junie with 730K behind. Just around the average stack for him. Hold it to him in the cutoff. He's got Queen 9 off.
Bakit pala kanina? Tatagal to, mag-last mga 6-4. Kailan umul, patagal ka dyan.
Oh, Junie does not play that. Greg plays his button, 30K to call. He just calls. Marlon in the small blind. Couple chip leaders here to the left of Greg. Fourth best position. Belonging to Mark, who gets to act after his co-chip leader. He checks his big blind, sees the flop for free with 3-2 diamonds. Nothing there. Top pair for Greg. Should be an easy check and a fold for Mark. That's Greg bet.
Diyan ka na yan, boss.
Here we go. Marlon's still in the lead. Mark's slightly behind after losing a few chips to Greg, who's moved up to third place.
280 parehas.
Of these players here, you might be most familiar with Junie Pamplona, aka Raleigh Rules. Might think he's the most decorated of this particular bunch that we have left. But right now, the spotlight is on the chip leaders, Marlon Laksamana and Mark Angelo Vergara. Also spotlight on the short stack, as the other players await their demise. It's folded to Greg in the cutoff. Jack 5, it's suited. I think Greg can play any two cards. I saw what he said. It's too legit to play. He's not going to play it. Jack 5's too premium.
Hey, 70, 3 fold. Boss, bukan po boss, oh. 6-3 no.
Oy, walang ganyanan.
Ipat to, sa'yo pala yan.
Oo, i-trademark ko yan eh.
Marlon takes us down with a button raise.
The naturals yan eh.
You should do.
Magandang pinta yun, size.
Your
Tapos
chip
no
lead
lines,
is
may
keep
laman.
building it.
Jackpot.
Use the power. $15,000, $30,000 with a 30,000 BB ante. Those two players, middle and left to the middle of your screen, Roland and Ivan are the two shortest stacks at the table with less than 10 bigs. They are in the blinds too, so expect them to try to make a move here. They should, especially if it's folded to them. Marlon with a discombobulated hand there. Mark's got better. Ace 10 offsuit on the button. It's folded to him. He should raise. He decides all in is the play. Why not? It's two short stacks. Why give them any room to breathe or make a counterplay? Maximum pressure means they're only playing with premiums or hands with an ace, and Mark is blocking that ace. Roland can't call with king 7 off. He's been too patient to lose it now. So instead he loses the hand. Ivan's going to take a stand because he does have an ace in hand. It's dominated by Mark. Ace, deuce, diamonds. Mark has Ivan in a really tough spot. He's got to draw any of those three ducks. It's a 3-outer to survive. Ivan's tournament life is at risk.
Pre-flop, all in action here, our final table. Mark pushing all in with ace 10 offsuit. Called by Ivan with ace 2 suited for his tournament life. Mark
For tournament life.
Ivan needs a 2.
2 and diamond.
Ivan could use a few diamonds. 3, 4, 5 out there.
10, 11.
And here we go. No help. Not a diamond in sight.
5 sa stress.
And not a deuce in sight.
5 sa stress.
Mark dominates Ivan's cards kicker with 2 more
It's a
cards.
running 3-5.
Stress doon.
It's a very long shot. Let me put it that way.
Third card is Jack of Hearts.
He has
Still no
got a few extra out. As 2 pairs on the board means he can chop with an ace kicker.
with 1 more card to go. 2 outers. Let's see.
Oh, if a 6 comes, sorry, not 2 pairs. No, if a 6 comes, the king and jack play as kickers. The king is not it. He needed a 6 to play the king and jack as kicker, but as that king pairs, the 10 kicker comes into play. So Ivan is eliminated. We are down to 5. Ivan brings home a modest payday of 15,000 plus a satellite seat to the PH Poker Millions. And we are down to 5. The rich get richer. Yes. How's that for fairness? Chip leader, the raiser, the player with the superior hand is leading, and bust the guy who's behind. All is well in the poker world here at the Metro Card Club. 5 players to go. And then there were 5. Greg's under the gun.
8 for
He likes calling with garbage, not necessarily raising with him.
Mano River eh. Hindi kita ilagay sa release.
16.
Time to widen your range, open up. Marlon raises with King Jack off, Stu in the hijack, KJ in the HJ, if you will. Roland has just really been waiting for 2 things. I mean, premium hands and initiative, and he has neither there, so he's not going to play. Junie cannot defend a big blind with that garbage hand. Atrocious 8-3 offsuit. Goes into the muck and easy win for Marlon Laksamana. Shout out to Poker Great. This generation's local hero, Hit the Heat, is on the stream.
Pusin na natin. Blind only na lang.
Greg with a proposition that favors him. Of course, Marlon and Mark want to play this straightforward. They have the advantage. They're not going to go flipping. Marlon opens with an ace from under the gun. It's ace 4 diamonds. It's got to be 60K minimum, but he makes it 65,000. Mark,
150.
that is 150 to go. That is indeed the better option rather than calling. Mark re-raises it to 150,000, which will blow Roland right out of the hand and also discourage flat calling from Greg. I could be wrong. I mean, can he really cold call with 9-7 offsuit? He's facing a raise and a re-raise. And Greg is acting like he has a big problem, like he had ace-queen suited and didn't know what to do. Action back to Marlon under the gun. 2 chip leaders. I think this is going to work out for Mark. Mark recognizes that he is the one player that Marlon does not want to mess with. Never mess with a one player that can bust you out when you're so close to concluding a tourney. Instead, Marlon follows an intuition and calls here. And now he has to deal with flopping this out of position. Jack 7-8. He's got no piece of it. No diamonds. And Mark has position and a gut shot. You know he's going to bet this. It's 3-bet pod. Even 100K or smaller bet will do the job. Bet and a fold. Mark takes down a pretty good sized pot. I think a misstep for Marlon for choosing to play a 3-bet pot against his fellow chip leader there. Better to pick on the mid stacks, Greg and Junie, if you were to ask me. That buzzer is either the sound of blinds raising in the other tourney or a really noisy end to the shot clock. In any case, we got the action here. 100K is a raise from Roland. He commits himself, leaves 105 behind. You know he's going to call all in, and Greg might as well put him all in. He's just calling. Brother comes along here. They got a chance to tag team, try to bust Roland out, but he's not going to do it with 10-7 off. So it's up to Greg with the suited King 9. See if he can outflop Roland. Roland's going to go all in no matter what here. And Greg knows it. So if Greg's meaning to call, he might as well beat him to it. Yeah, Roland pulls the trigger right there. It's the UTEP 2-step. Half now, half later. And Greg should have recognized that. He would have gotten 5 cards for pushing all in. He said now he might want to save 105,000, but he just donated 100,000 to Roland's cost. He's got nothing but overcards right now. Nowhere near any draws. Can't draw flush. Oh boy, Greg calls with King high. Let's see if this pays off. 2 cards to come, only 5 outs. Roland is in great shape to double up, courtesy of Greg. But Greg might very well bust him. It happens 20% of the time. And that's a lot. I mean, 1 in 5 times, Greg is going to bust Roland.
With ace jack of clubs, called by Greg with king 9 of diamonds. Now the flop is 3 of
King high.
spades, 5 of hearts, and 7 of clubs.
Roland needs to dodge the king or 9. Any other card will be good for his cause. Especially an ace.
4 cards to go. Let's see the third card.
Here we go. It is.
Third card is 6
It's a
of
little bit there. It
diamonds.
creates It creates chopping outs with a 4, winning outs with an 8, and the 9 and king still win. Roland's got to dodge 13 outs.
River is 5
He's done it.
base.
Roland has doubled up, courtesy of Greg with the adventurous call with king 9. Action continues here. Fresh stack of chips for Roland de la Serna. I think it's first time to be close to the 500K mark. Let's see if he can find another spot to even add to this. He's just basically been folding, waiting for an opportunity. And this is a walk. And we're going to go right to the next hand. 13 minutes remaining at this level. 30 minutes to break also. Expect a break after this level. So yeah, 13 minutes.
Semi-legit yung ginulpi, kaya siguro ano. Teka, nakailan na ba ako one time? May 7 pa ako.
We're going to prep for the next deal here. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000. 30,000 BB ante. This is hand 36. So Junie's got king 8, folds it, player in seat 7. Sorry, seat 8. This is the 10-handed table. So that's Greg calling with 30K. Marlon should be raising with ace-jack, put pressure on the limper. And he does for 90,000. Mark's not going to come along, so it's down to Greg, who's very likely going to call with 7-9 of hearts. Hello, hold the phone. Roland has king-queen off, stuck between the limper and the razor. For Roland, if he wants to join the spot, he's got to shove it, because if he just calls here and Greg finds a raise in him, he'll be dead money. Very risky to just call here. What we're going to see is just it's the first time Roland has had this many chips, so we're going to see if he knows how to handle them. Or if he's just going to blow parts of his stack and be right down to the shorty. Nope. Wise decision. I'm with it. He folds. Greg's going to have to call here. Why not? He's limping to call 7-9 of hearts once again. The spectacular speculator is in the hand, and it might pay off. He spiked that 7 on the flop, already ahead of Marlon. Whistling happy tune for himself. Marlon does not see bet. It goes check, check. Greg still ahead. Now there's a gut shot in the works. No, hang on. The flop has a 10. Let me be clear on that. This is a graphic malfunction. You can see the flop is a 10. The river is an 8, so they got a little bit backwards. I believe the jack of clubs you see there in the graphic is the burn card. There's actually a 10. Marlon has missed everything, and so the pot will go to Greg. Watch the dealer push the pot to the correct winner, which is Greg with a pair of 7s right there. And just to address this graphic glitch, which will affect our chip counts moving forward, we should be taking a quick break to recalibrate the chip counts and amend them because we're gonna have wrong chip counts after that graphic error, and our tech team knows it. They're right on top of it. We're gonna have a quick break for chip count.
Ayoko umulin eh. Ayoko mag-drop call eh. Umulin pala ako. Kukulit ulit ako. Ano na to?
Boss, keep count lang tayo. Positive count lang please. Para sa ating technical tips.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
1M90. 400 po.
605.
605. Sama to?
Hindi.
Lights.
Hindi,
675.
Tanong ko lang.
665. 665.
890.
890. Maganda lang yun sa ano eh. Kakalonin ka ng extra.
5, 6, 7, 8, 50, 90.
Keep count lang.
880 na. Babawasan.
Kinuha mo. Hindi nagmamatch yung chip count. I've always wondered bakit napakabilis nilang nakukompute yun. Di ba? Sa screen.
May delay kasi.
Na-announce yung action.
Ina-announce na yung action.
Ah! Bubo ang puta.
Delay pa, tapos ina-announce na.
Oo.
Inaano nila.
Hindi ko naiisip yun ah. Minsan talaga. Natutuyo rin.
Okay na ba yan?
Hindi na po tayo. Black clear.
Injured yung chinela. Sira.
For the first time, tulog line.
Refill rate. 6,000.
For the first time.
Four calls.
Ay, nako.
All age situation.
Siya ba ako? Call ka na rin, ano? Ulit.
Alright, we have another pre-flop all in action here on our final table. With Mark pushing all in with pocket fours. Called by Junie with ace 10 of hearts. Mark is ahead with his pocket fours and also is leading Junie with his chip count. Let's see the bluffing.
Yep, right after the break. Action here, Junie trying to put
Three of clubs, six
kind
of
of double up from Mark.
diamonds, and 10 of diamonds.
Spikes
Junie
that 10,
with
it's
10,
good for
10
business.
counts ahead.
Mark had the most dangerous player on the ropes, but now that player is standing to double up.
Let's see the third card. Third is Jack of clubs. No help.
Doesn't
from
help,
Mark.
only that last 4 in the deck will bust Junie. Junie standing to double up to 1.3 million now.
River is queen of hearts. Junie wins the pot and doubles up.
You can quote Jimmy Butler and tell these other guys you're in trouble because Junie Pamplona just doubled up. And it counts, right? Shout out from the south, from Billy Dan Malonzo. My essay, my bato, how you doing, my friend?
Pretty good.
All right, big hit from Mark, who would have made a real big dent towards the championship if he could take out Junie. All right, let's sort out these new blinds and antiques. Still 15 and 30. In 4 minutes, there's going to be a break, a scheduled one. Rolling on the respirator, 395K. Well, he's in better shape than he was most of the tourney. He's got 13 bigs. First action and it's on Marlon under the gun. Jack 7 of clubs, got 1.1 million. He's done well to just hold. This time he's raising to 60K. Mark just took a hit. He's going to take a break. Roland is mostly rolling over to any aggression, so he would be, no offense, but he would be the easiest player to play in this current situation. He has no chips and it's playing really tight. Greg is the trickiest one because he's calling with anything and he's been spiking sometimes. No spike here. 2-2-2. Greg has 8-5 offsuit. 8 high against Jack high. Oh, that flopped so bad it made me sneeze. 2-2-2. No hit for anybody. Marlon C bets for 80,000. Greg, will he float out of position with 8 high? Check raise before when the continuation bet was smaller. So I guess Marlon learned his lesson, made it a little bigger. That's going to work out for Marlon. Good C-bet size. Greg does not make a move. See the counts as they stand. Junie is now top of the heap. And let me take this moment to shout out to my favorite poker player in Chiaong, Quezon. Milbert's in the chat. Shout out mula sa bayan na lagi kong dinadaanan. That's true. Whether I'm heading
Lagi
to
na sa isip.
Batangas or Manila, Chaong is the way.
Sana, no? May dos nga ako. 2-3 yung bara ako. Pag all in ako dito, hindi mo ako lalagay sa dos.
And if you just tune in late, Greg is saying these things because he did play 2-3 and he cracked pocket aces with it. If you're watching on YouTube, scroll back and see that action happened within the first 30 minutes of this final table. Okay, this time it's folded to Junie on the button. And he's sitting on King 10 of spades. Gonna open it up. Just 65,000. I've seen Greg play these unsuited, nearly connecting cards, but this one is not quite connecting. He's fixing to play it anyway. Small blind, position, doesn't matter to him. So he's flat calling here. Players must have gotten used to this tendency for Greg to defend super wide, even in the small blind. Marlon, 35,000 to call to come along. Really good odds. And he does have the stack, but he's not going to do it. He's going to play the preservation game. Ace 9-3 does not pay off for Greg. Again, when you defend really wide, you also realize how much you miss. So now he's going to have to try to outplay Junie. Junie's on the button, King 10 of spades, King high. If the C-bet is too small, Greg might want to make a play for it, so Junie makes sure it's a big one. That looked like 70,000, and he takes down that pot. Renante Corpus saying the poker prince is Marlon Laksamana. I think that's what he's saying. All right, so this is a scheduled break, and players will be taking it for 10 minutes, and so will I.
Block po ko na
Tama? 500. Tama? Three 90. 90 at 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 390. 90.
Players available and conductors. Ten. 310. Mami check. Ang chip comes now. Raise to mami check.
madali na ngayon, di ba?
Chip race. Chip race.
Ship mo na lang sa akin lahat ng 5. Alas.
Right. 2040.
990.
$730.
Ano siya yung chip count daw? Yung chip count daw. Chip count. Hindi yung chip count daw. Nasend na daw. Good luck. Olin. Sweet hindi mo sensor. 7. Fold 8. 2-4.
All in. All in situation.
Okay na sir. Drop na ako man.
Window no.
100.
Eight card. Three twenty. Three four. Six four.
Bakit po? I have to see.
Ramdam na ramdam ko eh. Putang ina. Dumadagong-dong eh. Dumadagong-dong. Protocol na agad ako eh.
Halunan.
Dumadagong-dong yung bara ni Marlon.
Nilalagay ko siya sa alas. Ang iniisip ko kung lalabas yung 7.
Asia siya, ano?
Sevens ako.
Hindi mo na ako naniniwala sa kanya, pangantong aces.
At least pa. Ribit niya, no?
Eight four.
Dapat malaki doon ko yung ano, no, 320. Tapos paglabas ng 7, bumuhumon mo.
Hindi na ako saklap eh. Malati na.
Oo nga, pero kung lumabas yung 7,
Nabase pa naman 7.
oo, bumuhumon mo.
Ulitin natin.
220 tukol na lang ako. Wala na pala, ubos ako. Triple, no?
Big blind siya. Buti nga, di mo tinribit niya mo. Pag ribit niya mo na, may bandit. Ano ka ba? Hindi ko eh. Sa mga mag-uwilit. Iniisip ko yung ano eh. Yung swerte ko eh. Hindi ko iniisip yung
400 plus 5.
makahamon. Iniisip ko yung swerte ko.
Oo nga, no? Dapat pala, oh. 200 to go lang pala ako, no? Monday. Tapos dalawang 7, isang alas lumabas.
Bad beat jackpot. Bad trip jackpot.
Oo lang, Marlon, naramdaman ko. Sabi ko parang lalabas.
Mark does not want to hit. He can hit a jack, have a full house, so Junie is pretty much drawing dead here. Back to the action. Marlon is now ahead of Junie. Pamplona. Roland has doubled up. Now in midfield. Mark paying the price there. Joins the bottom of the barrel with Greg. Last that burns your ears. It's the final 5 players of the Metro Weekend Special. 400K guaranteed. Final table action. Live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig City. Five players there. A little bit tight between Mark and Marlon. Gotta make some space between them. 19 minutes to go in level 27. The blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with 40,000 BB ante. Marlon is under the gun with ducks. Cockatoos go in the muck. That is a pro fold. Take note. Not every pair is a good pair. Pulled it off through Roland on the button, who's really been super conservative, but has picked his spots well to stay in the hunt. He's right down the middle with 740,000 now. And more chips means more maneuvers. Roland has raised this to 100,000. Might see a completely different gear. I hope to see a completely different gear from Roland now that he has chips and there's only 5 players left. Junie in the small blind with King 9 of diamonds. That's the bottom of your calling range, which means you can re-raise with his hand. These are the options Junie is considering. Re-stealing from Roland or leaving this in the hands of Greg. The option,
6 raise, 320.
the pro option is the route Junie takes. 3 bets it to 320, blows Greg out the hand and puts so much pressure on Roland because it's half of what he has left. Junie has made it uncallable by anything but the most premium of hands, whose only reply would be to shove here. Let's see if Roland can fake it. Does he know that Junie has this move in his arsenal? If he's aware, he can make a counter. And that's what he's considering now. Now look at the way Junie is staring right into the head of Roland. That's a sign of weakness, actually. But you gotta be really on top of your game to pick up these little things. Now for those of you watching, one other good technique is to ask a player how much his chips are, and if he's really helpful, then the hand is weak. If he just barely shows you, then the hand tends to be stronger. But try observing those tips the next time you're at a poker table and see if they help you. In this case, Roland could not come up with a counter move and gives up that 100K. Great timing by Junie. Mark's under the gun with 10 deuce off. You can't expect him to play it.
Triple.
Roland 6-3 of spades. Will he try again? Not this time. Now Junie is in the cup. Sorry, on the button. Queen 10 offsuit. Got Marlon in the big and the ever willing to call Greg in the small. I say race for value. If Greg's willing to call super wide, not this time. But Greg might. Wow. Greg doesn't like ace-9. He likes 8-5. Marlon's got the suited dead man's hand. Can defend his big blind with this. Virtually even stacks against the pre-flop raiser Junie Pamplona on the button.
2 erase 240.
Turns the defense into offense. 3 bets to 240, giving Junie a taste of his own medicine. How do you like this 3-bet from the blinds? Couple of players playing the game. See if there's one more play left in Junie's bag pre-flop.
6
Nope, it's a fold. Works out for Marlon. Great instincts by Junie against Roland, and now by Marlon against Junie. What goes around is coming around, and Marlon is now the chip leader here. 5 players to go. Greg at the bottom of the heap, but not quite in danger. Still 13 days.
Four fold. 6 fold. 8 fold. Two all in. Three fold.
All right, well, success for Marlon there. Building his lead a little bit. By no means running away with it, but you gotta build. Blinds for 20,000, 40,000. Nobody really short, but Greg's getting there. We got Roland in the big blinds, which means Junie is under the gun.
6 fold.
Greg, far more likely to limp in than to raise.
8 fold.
He really does not like hands with an ace. Folds that one. Which means Marlon's on the dealer button with chance to make an optimal play, which is if you can raise every time it's folded to you on the button, you should show a profit. Especially if the player in the big blind is playing as tight as Roland.
3 all in.
Wow. Mark picking up dead money. And not a bad hand to try it with. Like, that's a good backup plan to have Jack 10 of hearts, but the main plan is to put enough pressure to get them all to fold. He's picked up a bit of a steely vibe from Marlon, I guess, and decides you don't want this smoke. Gives them all 600K in the face. Nobody can call, takes it down. Mark moves up to 770.
Baka na sa 2, swerte kayo. Wala ka iyak. Puro yan iyak ka dyan, may puro packet dos ka na lang dyan.
Well, was the only Jack 10 of hearts. Surely Greg is not folding pocket 8.
8 call.
He's under the gun and he limps in.
Call lang.
Fascinating player. This gentleman in seat 7, limping in pocket 8s. No pressure at all for the man in the big blind, which is Junie Pamplona, who can play every hand he's dealt because he's already paid for. Roland calls. Junie can just wrap the table and take a shot.
6, check. Wait there.
Problem with this small pair is it gets weaker and weaker as the board is exposed. Let's see how these 8s fare on this flop. Already behind Junie's paired queen. Roland
4,
is really speculating here
6,
with
check.
his suited king. No business there. Greg is not above bluffing this pot. It's a semi-bluff. He's got the only heart in play, but he can't be sure that his 8 high flush, if he makes it, is going to be worth anything. But he's betting here as a continuation. Let's see if Junie can steal one card. A lot of hands with an ace of hearts and a random card will bet here, so Junie is ahead of that
6
range.
call, heads up.
So Junie makes the call. Well, trip queens now for Junie. He's not going anywhere unless a 4th heart shows up. Greg is trying to get the showdown now with his 8s. Full house for Junie. Bet for value has got to be coming. Let's see if he goes for a trap or bet. He's going through bet for value. Got to be a polarizing size 200 out of the 360. Greg gladly calls off. Hero calling into Junie's full house. Massively misplayed hand there by Greggy. Missed the raise pre-flop. And then he missed the fold on the river. And that is not a bet size that he could readily afford too. He called off maybe half his stack there. And why would Junie, who had played from the big blind, bluff at that?
Big blinds.
These are the thoughts that weren't processed. And Greg had to pay for it. Now he himself is in the big blind and posting an ante. Suddenly a micro stack, and this could be, the last hand. You can see a lot of players after getting crippled are immediately all in on the next hand, and Greg has more reason to do it with because he's the big blind and he paid the ante. So
3 fold.
mostly any 2 cards, I think Greg's going to go with it here. And if Roland recognizes it, he should just put in a raise and be ready to face Greg.
4, all in.
There you go. Roland does recognize. Junie gets out the way.
6, fold.
And I think Greg will definitely play this suited hand. Not too many better opportunities. If he lets this one go, he'll have to post a small blind.
8, call. Low
All right. Greg is all in for his tournament life with Jack, Deuce, of spades facing Roland. Greg thinks the deuce is his lucky number.
Why not?
Let's see what happens here. Greg is at risk. Needs to hit a jack or a deuce or a crap load of clubs. No. Instead, it's king, 10, 9, queen. Okay, a jack doesn't help him now. He needs a 10. The deuce doesn't help because the king's already paired. Roland is most of the time ahead. 92% favorite. And Roland just busted Greg in 5th place. Roland is part of the final 4. Amazing feat for a man who's basically waited and waited and waited more than most of the players.
One big blind.
Iping ka palo, no? Layo.
Well, say goodbye to a very entertaining player, the speculator, Greg Lim. And then there were 4 and 5 minutes left at this level, level 27. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000. Final 4 of the Metro Weekend Special this week's edition, featuring Marlon Laksamana, Mark Angelo Vergara, Rolando De La Serna, and Junie Pamplona.
Ace 80.
Sorry, Roland actually, on his ID name has an O. On the graphic, just Roland. Under the gun, Mark raised to 80K. Roland is right up there in the thick of things, and he's not going to blow it by playing crap cards. Junie is out the way. Let's see if the big blind will defend. Why not? Marlon's got ace, king, and I think a re-raise definitely in order. Might keep it simple as he is out of position.
300.
Makes it 300,000, making sure he's committed so that any 4-bet by Mark will be met by a call.
Once again, only for
Mark
one
recognizes this, then his only option will be to fold. Such a sweet looking hand too, 10-9 of clubs. But it's no good unless you flop something. Well, Marcus, think about it. I think flat calling is too dangerous because Marlon will act first, and on most flop it's just going to shove, and Mark is going to end up being dead money. So if you're dead money anyway, make it small dead money, not big dead money. So Mark folds, like the fold. Junie and Marlon seem to be in control here. Roland a dark horse, and Mark, formerly a chip leader himself, still a threat to win this whole thing. Close to 500,000 pesos in the prize pool as usual. Drones under the gun. Nothing doing there. Oh, this shaky cam is brought to you by the people, by Jerry Bruckheimer. All right, well, we got to see maybe our second walk of the evening. I don't know if I missed a few walks, but definitely a rare occurrence, especially short-handed. A walk to the big blind, who just wins 20K because he gets his own ante back. Button is moved, and the big blind and the ante now posted by Roland De La Serna. Patience is his virtue. Ace-5 under the gun for Junie Pamplona. Good enough to open with
90. Raise. 6. Call. 1 call, sorry. 3 fold.
interesting decision by Marlon. Just calling there with the ace-jack off. Gonna try to be very wary against Junie because both their stacks are good enough to lead this race. Did not want to bloat the pot, would rather play in position, and Junie misses here, is out of position. He checks, and that's cue for Marlon to kind of think he's mostly ahead, especially when the king pairs. Ace-king is out of play. Second check should be cue for Marlon. Try to get the showdown at least. Now it's a chop. Marlon missed an opportunity there on the turn to take it away, and instead it's going to be a chop. I would have liked to see a turn bet there from Marlon. Just a stab at it, little jab. Little 1/3, 1/4 of the pot bet just to get the showdown. Or sometimes win. Well, missed opportunity means it's a chop, and Junior Marlon are still back where they started, just half an ante richer.
Time's up next one.
Heard the alarm from blinds going up. That will happen next hand. Right now, we are still 20K, 40K. 40K BB ante. Marlon's under the gun with Queen Deuce. Average stack is 1.1. 690. That's basically everything he's got. He's got not necessarily going all in. He did say 690, so if he has 691 or 700, he'll still have a chip. I guess he counted it. So yeah, total 690. Marcus all in with an ace high hand. Why not? And is mostly going to take the pot uncontested. Unless Junie's in the mood to gamble. He's not. He's in it to win it. And you don't win it by doubling up your opponents haphazardly. In chat, we got people railing for Rawley rules. That's Junie Pamplona, one of the more decorated players in the country, I might say. A regional poker tournament rounder. Plays all over Asia. Open under the gun with a interesting hand. Jack 9 of hearts seems playable, but when the position is bad, it's also dumpable. See what Mark thinks of this pair of cards. Garbage, he says. Roland's on the button, King 9. It's four-handed. You're going to have many opportunities to open uncontested on the button. Roland want to take advantage. And the more important question is how often do these blinds defend? Roland's going to make a move that he cannot be outplayed with anymore. If he just raised a little bit, he might get 3-bet and throw away. So he's decided all in is the move. Junie wants a count. He might sense Roland is a little weak here, but at least must consider there's a lot of ace high in his range. This King Jack doesn't fare too great, given how tight Roland has been. You got to give him credit for a decent range. King Jack's right there on the border of callable but horrible. When you get it wrong and you're behind the ace high or dominated, it's a really bad spot. We can see he's ahead, but Junie has to consider all the possibilities. Instincts are telling him to go. And those are great instincts. But reason and logic prevail. Or should I say interfere. And Roland gets away from a potential disaster there. So Junie gives it up. Roland moves a little bit up. Not quite enough to be a solid contender, but definitely in the hunt. Average stack's 1.1. He's sitting on 700, but that's over 10 big blinds. Meanwhile, get a shout out from Delphine Linsky. Shout out. I'm sure she's trying to shout out to Minerva and not Minerva. Minerva. The Show My Queen. Maybe Show My Queen's a venue. Nakastubay-bay, Show My Queen, sabi niya. Back to the action. Roland folds under the gun. Junie has second worst hand in Oldham, maybe. And Marlon, you willing to give Mark another walk or put some pressure on him here? And the answer is neither. Oh, yes, it is pressure. 150. Thought he was limping in. Nope. Blind versus blind. Marlon is raising into Mark's big blind. Quarter of the stack. Pretty good leverage in that if Mark wants to make the move, it's going to be shove or fold. And shove is the correct answer. Mark gets it. Marlon instantly folds. Dead money goes to Mark. Great read. Don't need a hand if you've got a read. And Mark has proved it correct. Oh, in the Facebook chat, Ronnie Rosales, shout out from Sariaya, Quezon. Hello, my Quezon neighbor. Good evening to you and good evening to Rev David. So we got Chaong and Sariaya in the house, Mauman in the house as well. Quezon representing only in the viewers. No Quezon left on this final table. It's only 4 players left. Is there a Quezon player here? You tell me. Junie's under the gun, Queen 7. In the muck. Oh, this is even worse. Marlon puts those 2 cards where they belong. Mark might give Roland a walk. This is an awful hand. But first, check to the left for an opportunity. Do you sense weakness? He doesn't care. The hand is just awful. Gives Roland a walk. And we're going to move on to the next hand. Still 4 players remaining. That is where they stand. That's where they sit, actually. Level 28. Final table action coming to you live with a security delay, 20-minute delay, as is the norm. So, I mean, you see the players don't have their phones, but even if they should stand up and try to look at their phones and watch the stream, they are going to see a delayed stream. So be no help to them. We got Marlon under the gun. Flash cut off. Ace 8 of hearts. Gotta come in with this.
1 raise, 130.
All right. That's the raise is 130.
Sorry. 4 fold.
Was it 130? Junie, can he defend with an unsuited connector here? If he's gonna win this tourney, he's gonna have to play this guy heads up at some point. Maybe he wants some practice right now. Nope. Sa'yo na, kuya. Yeah, good patience for Junie. He doesn't have to deal with him yet. He can wait till the other 2 players are gone. Lies. That's right. Junie would have been dominated. Local time 11:21 p.m. That's Manila time. And you can see why the table is starting to empty in the background as the other tournaments are also concluding. But in this one, we still have 4 players, and Roland's on the dealer button with 9-7 off. I don't know if this is in his raising range, but he may surprise us later. Junie might give Marlon a walk here. Already shown he doesn't really want to mess with Marlon right now. They are the top 2 chip leaders. And it's getting down to that point where there might be ICM discussions, so it's not a good time to lose chips. All right, now we got the name right. Shout out to Minerva, watching from Metro. we get a raise in the blinds, players may consider a deal. And that's why it's very important for Raleigh rules and Marlin to keep their chip stacks right up there. Worst thing that can happen is you double someone up before you discuss a deal and you lose your leverage. Roland under the gun, 10-6 offsuit, not good at all.
For fold.
Beautifully folds. Junie's got an ace and the dealer button. I mean, he's given up blinds. He might want some of it back.
6 raise.
Well,
140
blinds are
total.
30,000, 60,000, so the raise is 140. Marlon has 8 and an ace again, and this time not suited. It's a 3-betting hand if he wants to play it that way. As he sensed larceny.
10 seconds.
Still got 2 time banks. Even if the 10 seconds elapse. I think he will owe a time bank here. He gives it up. No move for Marlon. And Mark cannot call here with Jack-6 offsuit. I mean, he can raise all in, but he cannot call here. And Junie will take the blinds and antes.
Hindi ka maniwala. Yan walang yan. Yan walang yan.
Dominated. Ayop ka naman. Nagyayabang mo pa yung ilan mo ng hiya mo.
Marlon did say he folded ace-8. And Raleigh Rule is saying it was dominated, but it's actually the other way around. He would have been dominated.
Ay, puro blind all in dun. 20-20.
Junie checking out the cash game. Yes, that does happen. Blind all in 20K at the time. Check out the Omaha game at the Metro Card Club. If you don't like Omaha, I guess you never played it at the Metro. This one is a no limit hold'em tournament. Final 4 players. You're watching the Metro Weekend Special final day. 400K guaranteed. Close to $500,000 in the pot. In the prize pool, I should say.
Raise. 1 raise, 130.
Marlon's made it $130.
3 all in.
Mark has an ace and responds with the shove, the re-steal. It's going to work because Roland can't call in. Marlon would be crazy to call here. So Mark is going to try to chip up. I like this move. It's
1 fold.
simple. It's actually so simple. It's conservative. Junie was guessing ace-5. Mark said a little bit higher.
Big blind.
Sino?
Sweet hand to be dealt at this point. Under the gun.
1
Pocket tens for Marlon Laksamana.
3 fold.
Well, this might be some resistance. Roland has ace-10, but he's been super conservative when facing a raise, which makes this hand, in his eyes, marginal. Okay, he's decided he's gonna rock and roll with it. Re-raises to 400, which is gonna commit him. And up to Marlon to decide. Junie still has to decide if his pocket sixes want any piece of this. Probably not. It would be a disaster if he calls and Marlon calls, so he's out of the way. Marlon, simple decision, put the guy all in or get out the way. So Marlon's all in, insta call by Roland. Trouble here, Roland's got a 3-outer for his tournament life. Marlon's about to bust him with pocket tens. Needs to dodge against the ace. The 10 of Roland is pretty much immaterial unless 3 paint cards show up. So Roland de la Serna in danger here. He needs to hit that ace or 2 more kings. He's got 3 outs as we speak. That is not one of them. The pocket 10 still ahead. It's got kings and 10s up. Needs an ace or a 4 to win. A 4 to chop, actually. King and a 4 to chop. It doesn't matter. None of those cards showed up. Roland has been eliminated in 4th place. And we have 3 players left. Definitely could be ICM deal time very soon. That is where the payouts stand. And shout out to Tons entering the chat. Ish winning man. Just joined us on the stream. Three-handed now. But this is the top 1% of the field. As 312 players entered and only 3 remain here at the final table. Good question by Ish. 3-bet call off with ace 10, I guess. Sometimes seeing that ace looks like gold. The question is, why not outright shove? Why 3-bet call off? Yes, that is a question by Ish as well. Sometimes better to keep it simple, right? You like your hand, you go with it. I'm speculating. Maybe a 3-bet call off because leaving that little stack behind makes your hand seem stronger, but I don't really understand if there's any data to prove that that's the effect of it. Yeah, Ish. With you there. All right, back to the action. 3-handed. This is going to be interesting. This might have been the 3 players you would have picked to be the final 3 if you had been watching from when there were 9. So you're getting yourself a treat here. Marlon playing the small blind. KG this time it's blind versus blind. He just completes. Mark's got pocket 9s. Keeps this one simple. Just all in. Well, Marlon insta calls there. With ace 7 of spades, he thought he set a trap and got Mark spewing. But Mark actually has one of the premium hands. I know 9s doesn't look high enough, but considering Marlon's only sitting on ace 7, the 9s can withstand a 7 pairing. So that's a 3-outer for Marlon unless a lot of spades show up.
Another pre-flop all in action here at our final table.
Tournament live on the line. Let's listen to the TD. He'll break this down for me.
Mark pushing all in for his tournament live with pocket 9s, called by Marlon Laksamana with ace 7 of spades. Let's see.
9's looking good. It's 3-outer. Oh no, really? On the window is an ace. And it's looking like doom for Mark as Marlon Laksamana spikes the top pair. Now just needs to dodge one of those 2 outs. 2 9s in the deck. Can save Mark Vergara's tourney, but how often does that happen? 4 lines, but not the one he wanted. No straights, nothing here. Nothing but 9s. And a deuce couldn't be farther from the... Oh, Mark is eliminated holding the best hand. But Marlon, quick call and spikes the ace on the flop. We are now heads up between Judy Pamplona and Marlon Laksamana. Well, I think we're definitely taking a break. One, to rearrange the table and seat the players in the proper position. And of course, they're definitely gonna nego a deal here, and we'll let you know the details when we return.
ICM daw.
Sige mo. Ano naman difference eh. Diba? Baka kumita konti. Okay na.
78 yan.
Hmm.
70 ka.
Oh, pwede na yun.
Yung clock.
Chip count.
Pare, ikaw lang.
Paglarong natin, 3.220. 1.4 ka kanya. 2. Ilan yan?
1.360.
Gutom na eh.
Magkano daw sa kit? Magkano kay Sir Marlon? 3.220.
So, ang 10% sa
1.460.
Ay, 1.460 pala yung sa 6.
Ilang ka doon? Mga 3 milyon? 3.2. 1.460. Ganun, mga ganun nga yung ICM.
Ay, compute lang natin.
Apo.
Paalam na nila.
Siya lang ako.
Dami mo.
So, 3 million na tayo. So, pamita 3 million na plus 1,600. 4.8. So, 4.8 million in total. So, 2,200. 3 million 200. So, 4 million. 6% ko sa kanya equals dahil sa namin 40,000.
Nahihilo na rin ako eh.
Kahit ko para doon sa tinom niya, hindi ka, di ba?
Ha?
Hindi ka, di ba? Nandun ka po eh.
Final players SMEA 1, Jack Mon AA, Yana Mark, GP Zulu, please repeat the data please.
Dito tayo, boss. So, si Sir Marlon, guaranteed ng 75, 690. Si Sir Juni, guaranteed ng 63, 460. Meron tayong lalabanan na 13,670.
Sige, laban na yun. Tirang ko lang.
Ano, agree bro?
Okay na kayo, boss?
Pakisign na lang.
Once again, final players.
Boss, ito.
Bro, pasign na ka man.
Jack Mon AA, GP Yana Mark, Zoo, and Julius, please proceed. 3 or 8.
Cellphone pala. Ito na lang, pwede sa bulsa natin.
Pwede ba sa bulsa?
Ay, bawal din.
Pagkaano eh.
Ay, kita tayo sa live eh.
Yung blind, same pa rin daw.
Magda-down lang ano yan lang. Magda-down ng 20 minutes per level.
Tapos, magkano?
Yung next line na level 29. Wait lang.
Pa ilan, sasakali pa ilang trophy na dito.
Panlima. Pero ito, kung nakuha ko to, tatlo na yung pending ko trophy. Hindi ko pa nakuha yung MSC champ ko eh, tsaka yung P.
Di ba nila ibinibigay agad yan?
Hindi pa, kapangalanan pa yun eh. Kapangalanan pa yun. Nakuha ko to, tatlo yung pending ko. Sabay-sabay ko makukuha yun. Sabi,
Oo, wala akong trophy pa dito.
sabi na. Isang power mo to, isang power skill. Ang dami ko second dito. Kasi ito, 10 mahigit. Dami ko
Napakawalan mo rito.
Ang dami ko second.
Batak na batak pa rito.
Dami ko napakawalan na trophy.
Malapit na ako rito. Pero maraming ko rito layo kasi.
Lapit kasi ako rito.
Lapit mo, di ba?
Kung malapit ako sa Okada, hindi siya Okada.
Line still 30,000, 60,000.
Bigla lang.
Papa, big blind po.
Ngayon 20 minutes na lang tayo per level ah.
All right. We are resume. Heads up now. Final two players. We'll see who takes this one down. Has been made, of course, based on the ICM independent ship model. And based on that deal, because Marlon Laxmana did have a few more chips than Julie at the time of the deal, he will get paid more.
Pwede na mag-start
The
na.
payout split is 75,700, 75,690. All right. to Marlon Examana, 63,460 to Junie, difference of 12,230. And they're playing for a prize pool set aside additional 15,470
One call.
for the champion. So because their stacks are, you know, not the same, Marlon did get the better end of that deal. So Marlon starting off with a bit of a 2.5 to 1 advantage here as we go heads up. He did bust Mark to earn that lead. He's got 3.2 million.
6 check.
6, 7, 8. Junie has bottom 2. Don't know what Marlon has, but he checks.
6
And if there was a trap being set, the board is now too dangerous. Junie's bottom 2 very vulnerable here. Flush showing, straight showing. A lot of better 2 pairs also here. Junie's turned his hand into a bluff. He bets. Marlon folds. First blood to Junie here. Got a bit of a hill to climb. 2 to 1 advantage for Marlon, but in heads up, 2 to 1 isn't that much of an advantage. You can't really close out a guy, especially because he's got 25 bigs. It's not like 2 to 1 where he's got 10 bigs. So this could take a while. So once again, the deal is in favor of Marlon Laksamana getting 12,000 more out of the chop, but they have set aside 15,000 and change to play for still, and of course a trophy in the title, which means a lot more to some players, especially with players with no trophy and no title. But neither of these guys are that kind of player.
6 call.
Junie's on the button, ace, 8, suited Marlon. Should be insta folding, but it heads up. Junie just called. Marlon gets to check this and try to flop something good. Nothing good there. Ace paired for Junie.
1 check.
Marlon with nothing resembling anything.
6 bet 100. 1 fold.
Check fold. Second pot in a row for Junie. This one had some sauce in it because of the antes. So, like I said, still a bit of a hill to climb. Raleigh rules against Marlon Laksamana. You barely see him on the screen. He is in seat 1. Raleigh rules is moved to the middle. Right smack center of your screen across the dealer. Third hand heads up, but hand 65 overall of this final table. Marlon's on the button 9-7 offsuit.
1 raise. 150.
He's fixing to raise, and he does to 150k. Blinds are 30-60. Raise is 150. 6,000. Junie gonna defend with almost his entire range, so he does defend with 7-4 offsuit. It's dominated, not quite the hand you like. Now let's see how he plays with his
6 check.
next to bottom pair. Ace is showing that favors Marlon's range, but Junie might just call 1.
1 bets 80.
Just stick around to find out. Junie defended with 7-4. He's hit the 4. He can't just give up. I mean, what's the plan? Hit it and then fold it? So he hangs out for 1 street. See if Marlon can fire 2 barrels that are empty. Queen gets better to Marlon's range once again. That second barrel might do it, but he's been called once. Marlon might choose to believe Junie has an ace in hand, but he does not. He's saying, I have the better hand here. Here's the second barrel, and that one works out. Well played by Marlon. Gets most of the chips back to a better than 2 to 1 chip advantage for Marlon. He tries to close this out, and if he closes this one out against Junie Pamplona, that's an achievement in itself. These are the guys that are a trophy in itself if you can beat them. Lines 30, 60, 5 minutes left in this level. Junie's got Jack 4 offsuit. It doesn't matter. What matters is aggression and sustained pressure. And he takes the blinds and antes. Still sitting on kind of a 2-to-1 advantage. This is a part of the tourney where you wish you had two dealers shuffling two decks of cards just to make the action go faster. But the way we're doing it is the more secure way.
One raise.
One dealer, one deck of cards.
150.
And Marlon on the button raises. Junie, interesting hand. Might develop if he plays this slow. He 3-bets this now. He's going to have to think about 3-betting also
Raise.
with
450.
non-premiums. Makes it 450. Good timing. Marlon doesn't really have much. And he's not going to blow his lead playing 4 or 5 offsuit in a 3-bet pot. There we go.
Yung paglalabanan pala, 15 for 70 ah. 15 for 70.
All right. Just a reminder. Extra money to the champion, 15,470. They've already secured for themselves a bit of the payout. For Marlon, 75K. For Junie, 63K. Extra 15 would certainly be welcome.
Final drawing for 7 table 4. Drawing for table 4.
First time niya dito? TV table?
Oh, yeah, it is close to midnight and something's lurking in the dark.
Small.
Dealer flipped the wrong card there. No harm done. Junie had not looked at it.
Doon na magkakaroon ng bara. Ah, ganun sa HR.
Yeah, you always deal the button last. That's as simple as you need to remember. Player on the button gets dealt last. Doesn't matter where the blinds are.
$150 more.
150.
Yan.
Opo.
Should try to sort out the action here. Junie is 30K to call, but
Ayun, ako na.
it seems to have already been action. He's already called, he says. And Marlon says 160 more, which makes it a 190. Not sure that's the right amount because you can see that the raise is more than 150. They're gonna have to fix that in the back end, but we proceed with this hand. Queen 10 against 6-4. It's a 3-bet pot. Not a 3-bet pot. It's a limp and single raise pot. Marlon is the raiser. He continues here with Queen High. Junie's hit the 4. Should be enough to at least float one street. Junie makes the call. Let's see if Marlon can keep the pressure up. He's been 2-barreling in position. Can he 2-barrel out of position? It helps to hit that 10. He might want to slow down and go into check call mode. Well, he's barreling off here. His hand did improve, but it has showdown value. If he bets and gets raised, he loses that showdown value. Junie gonna continue to float. Huge pot now, 1.1. Could be a turning point pot. And now all Marlon has to do is check and call any bet. There's the check, and there's the check back. They both want to get the showdown. Unfortunately for Junie, Marlon caught up on the turn. But I like that river line from Marlon. And Junie, no need to bet there. He's beating all the bluffs and only getting called by hands that beat him.
40, 18.
Lines are up. 40,000, 80,000, and 80,000 in the BB ante. Junie lost a bundle there.
Lines up.
He might be down to less than a million. See if he. I might have around a million left. 6, 7. I don't know what he's shuffling in his hand. If it's great chips, he's got less than a million. We'll get the chip count sorted. They got the bet sizes wrong, so the graphic department needs to correct that. Dealer is confused by the heads-up configuration. Pocket queens for Marlon. Got 3.5 million. I think he has more than that. I mean, it's
10 more.
we'll see.
Ano kaya? Walang discount?
Check.
Okay, 160 is the legit race now because the blinds are out. Junie's got 10-6. This is just limped in. Marlon's setting a trap here. Junie's gonna catch that 6 and maybe hang himself. At some point, Marlon should want to think about betting for value, but it's too late. He's gonna bet himself into value town as Junie checks the trips. Now, how to get all the chips in is the question in Junie's mind. 110 to call. Put in a raise now and bet the river. Seems to be the best line to get all 900 in. Check raise has been the play. Marlon is quickly all in, and Junie will instantly call here. I mean, I think it's Marlon played this slow and acted too late. But given that Junie hit the 6, he would have called the flop anyway and hit that turn 6. So this thing played out. If you're results oriented, it ends up the same. But if you're a stickler for the proper play, then it's a bit of a misplay for Marlon. But it doesn't change the outcome. Gotta spike that queen or else Junie will be in good position. Actually, close to even after that. 4.7, 4.8 million chips in play, I think. A little bit of quick math. Nope, that's the wrong app.
880.
No. Yeah, 4.68 million chips in play. To round it off, looks like 4.7. Lines are 40-80. Almost even here, virtually even. This 500K difference doesn't really move the needle in either player's direction. We should be seeing new cards now. There you go. The tip counts have been revised. Junie's still here to act on the button. Queen 5 off suit. Freshly doubled up by a fortuitous turn of trips. Marlon ace 10 here. Think should play. Let's see how he plays. He's gonna adjust and be more aggressive or just stay cautious. Aggro is the choice. He raises, Junie folds. And this will be a grind as each player tries to grind each other down and out. Just sit back and enjoy the grind. Heads up! Final two players of the Metro Weekend Special. End of July edition. Marlon on the button, Queen 10 of clubs.
Raise 200.
Junie 10-3 of hearts. Facing a race, it's been 200, 2.5x the BB. He's going to defend. Why not? Defend with everything you got at this point. 7 deuce king, queen high, still in the lead. Junie checks. Marlon, he can barrel twice. And for balance, he should do it when he doesn't have it as well. First barrel out. Junie, nothing but running hearts to hope for. But, okay, change it up. When your hand is so weak, you can't hope to outdraw your opponent. Try check raising instead. Marlon's got queen high. He's going to hang on. He wants to see if Junie can follow up this check raise with a turn bet. Very interesting. Junie must. Checking here is akin to surrender, and Marlon has seen the turn check. Turn check after flop check raise can't be too good. But Marlon still must bet here because he might be behind ace high. Can't go to showdown with queen high. So bet now or bet later. If he skips this street, Junie takes a crack on the river for sure. Junie will not go to showdown with 10 high. He's going to take a shot here. WWJD, what would Junie do? Gotta bet at least 700,000. It's gotta be significant to get Marlon to fold, and Marlon does instantly fold. Marlon missed a shot to take on the turn, but you can't blame him. He got check raised on the flop already. But what I'm curious about is why Marlon would flat the check raise and not make a move on the turn when Junie surrenders the lead. I guess sometimes you got a plan, but you can't follow through. Couldn't follow through with a queen high there. I mean, it was a pretty hopeless hand. Its only chance of winning was to float one, wait for the check, and then pounce with a bet. But Marlon changed his mind midway there, seems. So Junie got audible on the river and took it away. They are close to even, but Junie now slightly ahead. They got a decent hand on the button. King Jack off suit. Gotta see who grinds who here. Ooh, interesting. Junie raises 220. Marlon has options. Smooth caller, 3-bet. They're both sitting on 25 BB stacks. Decides to 3-bet to 700. Junie's got an interesting hand. King Jack is not an insta-fold when your head's up. Marlon can 3-bet with a lot of ace-high hands, which Junie can outflop or outplay. Junie decides to outplay him by going all in. But Marlon has the goods. Classic flip here. 2 overs to the pocket tens of Marlon Laksamana. Junie covers Marlon. Answer to his question there. So Marlon is at risk. Junie can win this whole thing if he spikes that king or a jack. Marlon has to dodge those overcards, pray for small cards, and he will double up and cripple Junie. What will develop here? Those are the small cards that Marlon wants to see. Even another 8 would not be bad for him. Keeping it small in Marlon's favor, he will double up and close to finish this. The ace at the end does not help Junie. So Junie Pamplona is now crippled here. Took a shot to win the whole thing right there. Marlon fought back and held fort. No, not covered. It's covered the other way. Junie will have about 500,000 left. He'll have about 500,000.
240.
240.
Okay, it says 240 left. So chip counts are a bit off because of a few hands ago we had a bit of a glitch. So Junie, we just heard him say he has 240. He should be pretty much all in with any two cards in the next deal. And it's just a matter of will that be his last deal? Sometimes you swing for the fence. That's the way to go. And you hit it hard and it goes towards the wall, but it's just a fly ball. They catch it and you're out. Let's see if Junie can bounce back. 40, 80 blinds. Junie is in the small, only posting 40. He does have 200 behind. So he might fold this one if it's a god-awful hand, but 50% of his holdings he can play. Marlon's got King 10. Of course he's all in. Doesn't matter what. Junie will call. Here we go. First road to the double up. That will extend his campaign. He's got ace queen, the superior hand, but he's at risk of finishing second. Marlon poised to win this all. He needs a king 10 or a lot of spades. Junie in the lead. Let's listen to the TD for a bit.
Offsuit for his tournament line, called by Marlon with King 10 of spades. Let's see the flop.
Yes, let us.
Flop, queen of spades.
Queen on the way. That means less outs for Marlon. Only one spade in play.
Taking a top pair with top
No
tier.
need to hit that king or running spade.
So let's see the turn
Or
card.
else Junie will double up and we play on.
Turn is 3 of hearts.
No running spades here. Can only be a king.
Card to go. And the river.
Junie looks like he's about to double up here.
Reverse. Queen of diamonds.
Yes, he does.
Junie Nolan.
Now he's got $500,000. I think this now is not quite the correct count. He started with 240, going to win all in. He should win 240 plus the ante. So he should have 560 here.
Ready sa Donny Stall? Donny.
He's in the big blind, so he does post. Oh, my bad. He wasn't the big blind previous hand, so we did
Okay.
only get 160 doubled up and won back his own ante. So it does have 400. Chip counts are correct. My bad. I wasn't paying attention. Anyway, he's all in again here, and all to try to finish him. It's going to go this way till Junie is back up to near 1,000,000 chips, which he would be if he takes home this next spot. Junie ahead. Will it hold against the live cards? It's too close. 57-43. You can see the percentages. Ace 5-9, two spades on the board. That's good news for Marlon. Picks up more outs. Got 14 outs and 2 chances to hit it.
So Marlon is on a flush draw. With 2 more cards to go. Third card. Third is
No, black card, but the wrong one. Still 14 outs. Any 10, any 3, any spade. Otherwise, Junie will once again double up. There it is. Double up. Junie from Flona back.
Pusa.
You should have 880K right now.
Sakto ba?
Oo, 400.
Still about a 4-1 chip advantage. So I would still say this is in the knockout punch range. One more hand before the blinds rise. Rising blinds will favor Marlon, of course, as he outchips Junie Pamplona. But we don't expect Junie to be shoving lightly here anymore.
It's
Close to 1,000,000 in chips.
Fights pala si Marlon.
Blinds might go up after this level unless they play this one really fast. Marlon's still trying to finish Junie. Junie gonna fight it out with 9-8 of diamonds. This time he's at risk.
Diamante.
Well, either they will be close to even or this will be over.
Junie shows his 9-8 of diamonds while Marlon with
Matter of practice, the triangle should be on top of the 980 diamonds. That is the hand of the player at risk.
The jockey can still survive this. Let's see the flop here.
Paresyente yan, ha?
Aray ko.
King high still ahead. Junie needs to hit straights and flushes. Don't matter anymore. He's not gonna make either. Needs to hit a 9 or 8, or else all his lives are spent.
Sais, alas.
Okay, now to chopping out 6 or 8.
Ay, alas
No,
daw pala.
6 will not chop. Only an ace will chop. A 6 will give Marlon a higher straight. Ace to chop, 9 or 8 to win. It is some of the above. It's over. Marlon Laksamana has eliminated Junie Pamplona and added 15,000 to his already guaranteed 75,000 payout and finishes first. Here at the Metro Weekend Special, we have a champion this week, Marlon Laksamana, and congratulations to all the other deep runners. We'll see you in the next event. This has been Coach Ron covering for Jester Insha. The live stream is from the Metro Card Club. Play it live. Come to the Metro Card Club in Pasig any day of the week. Hope to see you soon.
Na.